I was all prepared to like have a thing when I started. But then I went to the wrong scene. I was even gonna start with like, but when I talk to you, oh Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. My cat also wants uppies. There's, it's funny, I think they have learned when my stream time is, but I had like a planned thing. And clicking the wrong scene did throw me a little bit. But okay. Hello, it's me, Poison, and you're watching Me Poison, Me Poison, Me Poison. The wonderful collab between me, myself, and I. Because if you ain't gonna collab with yourself, how you gonna collab with anybody else? And my mic needs to be moved probably closer to me. But real fast, let's go ahead and say our hellos. Hello, Proto on YouTube. Hello, Sarasmataz on YouTube. Hello, Sarasmataz on Twitch. Hello, Ordinary on YouTube. Congratulations on being first. Hello, Stream Elements. Hello, Poison Oaks on YouTube. Hello, Poison Oak on Twitch. That's me. Me and me with the Poison Oaks. But I hope everyone is having a good start to your week. Uh, we, I was thinking about it, so we're gonna be debuting the Zonko model next week, and I was trying to think of like what was gonna be this week's model, and so I decided, no problem, no problem, and no problem. Oh, you know what? This would also be good for the Heathers. Welcome to my candy store. What the hell you waiting for? You ain't gotta be a lame ass anymore. Welcome to the candy store. That's a slasher film that was turned into a musical, and the musical's actually really good. I feel like Heather's is one of those like I actually don't like the pacing of old movies, but I've recently watched Heather's like, and by recently I mean like last year. But like I was able to sit through the whole thing, and I can't say that for a lot of older movies because they it's not because they're bad, it's because they move too slow for my ADHD brain. It's one of the reasons why I feel like a lot of people with ADHD like TV shows more than movies is just because the pacing of a TV show is done in that 30-minute block, so they're kind of faster paced. Which is why I think some people with ADHD could watch, say, a like 180-minute season versus watching 180 minutes of a movie because the pacing is pacing. But hi, I hope everyone is having a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good lunch, dinner, breakfast, depending on your time zone. I do find it funny how, for some people, I am the person that is their alarm clock for like waking up, and other people, I am their alarm clock that they should be a bed. They should be in bed. The duality of poison. I am both when you should get up and when you should go to bed. Well, I used to, because I used to post 3 shorts a day. We don't do that anymore. We now focus on posting at least one uh, short that I can say I like this, and then possibly two if we just have the like short to like post. My cat is probably gonna be doing barrel rolls on my lap. But okay, let me. We're still technically in introductions here. I'm gonna turn me a little bit to the side, and then I'm gonna move these like that. This way, I'm not taking up as much space. I like the animations on the white and black model. One is supposed to be ink and the other is supposed to be watercolor. And then I guess the center one would be oil paint. I figured because I'm going to be doing art at parts of this stream, that it would be cool to use my like three art medium based models: oil, ink, and watercolors. Now I need a pencil. I need a graphite model. I mean, I guess technically, because my cat made model uses diamonds, cubic zirconium, like that could also be my graphite model, just carbon arranged in a different way. But is that all of us? We're all just carbon arranged in a different way because we're carbon based life forms. All life on Earth contains carbon. That's why all living things are precious, because you can smash them down into a diamond. With enough pressure, anyone's worth it. Let's see. I think I'm trying to make sure that I think white needs to move over slightly. I was I did have this set up earlier, but I didn't have it set up for I had it set up in a way that was taking up almost the entire screen. And I just realized that that won't work for whenever it's over on the next screen. This works. I mean, I could also do it this way. Another cool thing about the two models that are in the back is they both shed like their like media art medium. So this one sheds watercolor paint, and this one sheds like blotches of ink. The center one was made for something different, so it doesn't have that effect. Originally, I was just gonna have the two for this stream, but I decided that it would be nice to have like the splash of color that the oil one provides. Okay, I'm gonna grab a picture. There we go. Live scene. Okay, so thank you so much for the simp comment. I don't think my cat's gonna be happy, but I do plan to move around a little bit. Like, and I mean IRL. This is one of those streams because it's gonna be focused a bit more on chatting that if I wanted to, um, I don't have it set up currently, but it's like one of those ones that I would have turned on my body tracking for because like it's going to be very art focused, very well, not very art focused as much as very conversational focused. The point of the stream is to be conversating. Ooh, that's what I can do. I can make them staircased. I just got that idea. Because I can fit them in with each other. Yay! How does this look? I feel like the black one is still a bit hidden. It's not like terrible. This was definitely easier when it was just the white and black model, but I do also like the color shifting on the oil one. That's the hard thing when you have so many VTuber models. You start to be like, it's hard to pick which ones to use. I mean, hey, sometimes having it to where like it's not planned is almost an even better compliment sometimes. You go beyond my words. I only wish that I had the lexiconical talents to describe the way that I adore you. But sadly, any words that I could possibly use wouldn't do it justice. And I do think the black one actually is turned too far away. Let me see what it's looking like on the main screen. I think it's fine actually. Nah, yeah. I do think that this staircase is going in the wrong direction though. Like, because right now the way it is I'm taking up more space than I need to. It's like I made my like puzzle piece the wrong shape because it's not filling in the corner. Instead, it's jettisoning out from the corner. You know what? N- no. I was like, do you know what? What if we just instead just have the two models so that way I don't mess with it as much? I think this was the other benefit to me using four models at a time, is there was enough models that I was like, no way am I changing any of the poses. Like that's how they're gonna be. But when it's three models, I'm like, I can do this really fast. Even if I can't really do it very fast, I convince myself that I can. There we go. Yay! It's us, Poison. You know, at some point, we'll figure out the perfect pose fit for these models. But yeah, so we're going to be making a model based off of the main character's summer skin. This is what it looks like in Wardo. But one of the reasons why I'm using this trio specifically in this stream is if you look at these sleeves are done in a very similar way to what I'm doing in the like Vroid right now. Because the issue with Vroid is that you can't Vroid doesn't show up transparency. And my issue just now is I don't know how my model got turned around, but now it doesn't fit on screen. I I swear. Life is like a box of chocolates. And I really don't like boxes of chocolate. Because I don't like things inside my chocolate. If I'm gonna eat chocolate, I like it to be solid because I have like a textural issue. This is also one of those things where I want to just be like, it's fine. Every like you don't have to have their setup perfect. But then I'm like, I will go back and look at this, and if it's not at least decent, I'm gonna be mad at myself. But I always feel bad when I like spend time like posing the models during stream. I'm like, I feel like I'm taking up. I feel like I'm almost wasting time, even though I have to remind myself this isn't a timed thing. Like it doesn't. We're not on a deadline. The whole point of this stream is already taking place, no matter what I'm doing. So you just gotta sometimes take a breath and realize I'm already where I need to be. And then also just try to not let OCD thoughts convince you that that means that you can mess with your models for like a good 30 more minutes. It's, but to be fair, one of the things that like I do love about VTubing is obviously the models. I, I think you might think that, but only because my noise gate cancels out the noise I make when I sneeze. Sometimes I have that very cute, like, a chew, like just like, like just a tiny squeak. Other times, it's like I am ejecting my lungs through my nose. I have rejected my nose from my body. I mean, yeah, like Orihime, I reject. Hello, Silver Sun. I hope you're doing well. We're doing good. We were just talking about how we're working on making the main character's summer outfit for ourselves. We're gonna do that with this. Um, it looks a little bit strange here, but that is because it like all the transparent mesh stuff will happen in Unity. So it's gonna kind of look like everything is just clopped on and like overlapping each other. But like this top layer stuff is all gonna be transparent. Even this part is gonna be transparent. Um, I wanted an easy project. You know, I didn't know Thanos had a thing for sneezes. Do you guys mind if I just do try this one other pose? I swear this is one of the things where like my OCD triggers. It's like if I feel like things just aren't set up right. Like if I was playing something that involved me setting things up in a different way, that would be probably like a 48-hour straight stream. Like if I just noticed something was aesthetically off, that stream would take so many years. I would never go off of live. I would just have to live on live at that point. That's where I'm like, I think a little to the left might be a fun game for me, but also might be the worst. It might be a very uh like triggering in a sense of like triggering the worst part of like my impulse control or my impulse in control out of no, my impulse opposite of in control. I sometimes have like a lot of good words. That is not one of the times where my vocabulary has aided me. But yeah, I also have to make sure that this model has like shorts on underneath because I'm gonna make this skirt transparent as well. But I think this is actually for the most part almost done. I want to switch out the eyes and maybe do a different like makeup look that says a little bit more summer. This is kind of giving like autumn fall vibes with the like kind of auburn like and burnt red slash orange like lipstick. Issue is that summer like vibes is oftentimes like low makeup, like very like almost clean girl aesthetic, which is not my strong suit. nor is it a aesthetic I desire. I desire heavy makeup in all things that I do. I think one thing that's gonna help is if I set my eye color and like give myself more of like a gleam in my eyes. This is Raz's eye shade thing, but I won't use theirs. This works. Of course, I'm gonna have to edit it in Unity, but I think that works really well. The only other one I thought about possibly using is like say Daffodil the eyes that I have, because those are also really neat. I don't see them here. Color. They should be on this, somewhere in this section though. You know, it'd be really amazing of myself to do at some point. Actually have this stuff like, you know, organized. I would really appreciate that. If future me wants to put that on their to-do list at some point, I know I'm not going to, but like it would be nice. Oh, here it is. And I do kind of want these to be like a different color. But with doing this lotus, I probably will want to have a different highlight. And that highlight I know exists within my Unity files, but I don't think it exists within my Vroi files. So I might just have to choose like a random-ish one to make sure I have the file. I mean, I kind of like this one because it's very Oshinoko. It does make my eye extremely busy though. But I think we're just gonna be okay with how that looks right now. Because that's kind of the vibe we're gonna go for. Ooh, I could go for kind of like I'm gonna the jacket and stuff is gonna be like these aquatic blues. So I could go for like a makeup look that's reflective of that kind of like though I want lagoon, so I probably want to move this more towards a green. Eyelash. And then go to this section. We're gonna switch this to I think I could possibly do something a little bit more peachy. Oh no, because I think this is gonna be kind of electric-y, so maybe we'll do that like kind of turquoise almost. Edit. For the most part, this dark color just determines what this is. I also don't think there's any characters with like a blue makeup coming up anytime soon. So like, and it's very Zara Larson of me. Hi, we are currently setting up, we make a new outfit every week. And so we're currently setting up an outfit to prepare for basically these summer skins that are coming out. And I'm gonna match with this one. Uh, Similar vibe, but I don't do one for ones because that will get me a cease and desist. So I'm basically making like what my version of that is. So a lot of the stuff you see here are gonna be transparent, similar to like how the sleeves are on these models. They will look like this whenever inside Vroid. That's just because Vroid won't do transparency, so I have to do it in Unity instead. And I wanted an easy model because the model that is going to be next week's outfit is going to be very difficult. And I mean like difficult in the sense of it's going to need things that I've not done before. Uh, Let me pull them up because I want to do their like special sleeves they have. Images. There they are. Save. We're going to be making this outfit. Of course, because we stream on Twitch, we will have to cover further down on this hip, and we might have to cover up a little bit more on the chest area, but I really want to make these like really flowy sleeves because I've never done it before, but like they're on a lot of different outfits, and like I want to overcome that barrier. I do also love her eye design. It's kind of similar to like one of my eyes that I have that also has like a pink area in here. A lot of my Vroid assets are things that I have made just over a long period of time, which is the nice thing about doing 3D art is you can reuse your assets. Let's see. I'm gonna, oh, whoops. Mirror. Always remember to mirror yourself. Yeah, on Twitch, you have to have you have to have your hips covered, and you also have to have like you can't be showing any under or side. Even though sometimes VTubers do it, if you don't want to risk the TOS strike, it's best to cover your hips. Even though transparent fabrics don't necessarily count, at least if you put the transparent fabric over the body part, it's going to make it not detect as bad. As a side note, in case I think this is, it says first words. Uh, I have over 300 models of varying outfits matching varying games from World of Warcraft, Wuthering Waves, NTE, Warframe, and we did a Seven Deadly Sins model that transforms from Bon to Merlin. Uh, we have quite a selection of models. I also have an Emma Frost model that does go from like human form to diamond form. But that one's a bit older and doesn't look as good as my current ones. I actively use about anywhere from 30 to 50 models. Like, so I don't ever really use all 300 because the older the model gets, like, the less I feel like it reflects myself because I like to show the growth. my growing skills as an artist. We're very close to our 1,000 goal, and so I'm hoping to be able to figure out something to do for my community once we hit that 1,000. Where did I get these chibis? Okay, this is something I can't suggest enough. Let me switch to me close up real fast. And I'm gonna pull up so I can talk about it. I can pull it up on my streaming computer. I have a dual stream set up. There we go. I just wanted to have it up so I could have it for reference. Live scene. This program is called Stream Avatars. It allows you to have different like little like things like mostly pixel art. I think you could do it with something that's a little bit more higher res, but for the most part, it's pixel art. Uh, and you're able to download different packs from the mod store, the community hub. I basically downloaded everything that had cats in it. I used to be a cat. My very first VTuber persona was a green cat, and that was before I even started making models. Like, Vanilla Makes actually recently used my very first VTuber model. She was playing around with, I think, Live 2D or VTuber Studios. Uh, I think it is VTuber Studios. Um, and she was using the cat model, and I'm like, that's my first model. I just made it green. And I might go and learn more and more about making live 2D models. But yeah, you can get a very wide range of different little creatures at the bottom. Eventually, I would like to have some of the 300 models I have as options down there, specifically my ones that are like more creature-esque, because I have a snake, a jellyfish, a spaghetti monster. Ones like that, I feel like would be nice options, and then they can walk down and do dances at the bottom of the screen because I just have to record the stop motion frame by frame, and then I should be able to do that. I kind of don't mind this going from pink to like this pink, from blue to like this pinky purpley color. I do think this area needs to be cleaned up though. It looks a little dirty. Too much fallout. Okay. I don't remember what layer everything's on. But I hope your day's going well. But yeah, I always suggest people, if they ever want to be a VTuber, always start with a free model. Like, because setting up the whole VTubing thing is a hassle in its own. And then it would really stink to like put in all that effort and then figure out you don't like it. I mean, you can even quit, even if you put time, money, effort into something. If it doesn't vibe with you, it's okay to stop. Like, let's see. I think you know, I was I was like, we're gonna do these blues. It's kind of giving ice now. maybe if I do this and we go with more of a pink eye, less desaturated. But yeah, I have uh I'm currently sponsored by NTE, so I have like a model for every S character I have in the game. So I can even match my model setup to reflect whatever team comp I'm playing, which is where this idea to do these multi-streams came from, where I use multiple models. I think this is at a good point to like export. The only thing that I might do is add another layer to the skirt area, but I think it's honestly all set. Yeah. Let me clean up the back of the jacket, make sure it's all level. And then we can export this, move it to Unity. And I don't think this one's going to be one of the outfits that takes me forever to do. I'm pretty sure I've got a good understanding of how this model is going to look and what materials I want to use on it. Outfit, edit. Go down to this one. There's like a little divot here that I would need to get rid of. And then I'm gonna hide this. Make sure everything is good. It looks good. It's weird because like I have to kind of like in my mind try to imagine what everything looks like. Uh, Speaking of that, let me switch to close up so I can check to make sure the skirt underneath the skirt is covered fully. Yeah, it's fully covered. That was just YouTube don't play with that. I've had my stream struck down before. And it's funny because the model was wearing like a t-shirt, like a oversized t-shirt shirt, so everything was completely covered. So if that's what a false red flag does, I would hate to see what a real red flag does. Okay. And I'm gonna put a jellyfish right there, but I don't need to worry about adding that jellyfish on this screen. And my snakes that hold up my hair, I'm gonna turn these into like water-esque models. So they're gonna be like water moccasins. They're gonna be made of water, which should be really cool in appearance. Let me clean up this just a little bit. This is one that I want to try to kind of speed make because it's a themed model, so it's not one that's gonna see a ton of use. It's gonna see like use for like next week probably, but then after that, I don't know if I'll use it. To do that. There we go. And then I need to just clean this up. I'm not too worried about these back straps because they're just not going to be visible. The front straps will be, but they're also going to be very obscured because even when I use the additive property, let me see. Poison Oaks is the so only YouTube channel YouTube. Oh, that reminds me. There we go. If I ever don't see your message, sometimes it's because YouTube is weird about like blocking out messages. But I think I'm ready to export this. It's not perfect, but I think it's in a very usable state. And what isn't usable, I need to just make sure works. And what I mean by that is like, this will do the transparency thing, but I don't know if it's gonna look right with the blue rings. Like that's the part that I'm unsure about. Oh, there's a hole in my jacket. I'm glad I noticed that before I went on to the next screen. Both sides. There we go. That should have fixed it. Yeah. Now I'm ready to export. That hair color is also going to change very drastically once in Unity. But yeah, this model should be also a very easy model for me to do. Again, I wanted an easy project because I have the hard one that is going to require all of the brain power that is set for next week's model. Okay. There's still a chance that I'm going to have to export this more than once, simply because I don't know how some of the bottom part is going to look. Because I might need to have like a third skirt right here that's going to be non-transparent just for the waistband by itself. I could see that being an issue. Uh, Zero sum. Because the main character's name is Zero. And then I do have my Unity already set up to receive a character. I was gonna do like this witch, kind of like this like kind of Kagome, but like a witch-esque outfit, like a priestess, like a shrine maiden, like witch, like vibe. But then I decided to do this summer skin because I also had some people request me do like a summer outfit or swimsuit outfit, and this seemed like a good opportunity for that. I don't worry about the nail color because I'm gonna override that in Unity as well. Okay. So I'm just going to put them all. I think this one has the most in it. Yeah. I'm just gonna import it to Emerald. VRM, we want to import a VRM0, open, and then but yeah. So now we're gonna get to see what those effects are gonna look like. So I'm gonna skip doing a lot of the other stuff. I'm gonna do this model a little bit out of order because I first want to check on those sleeves. Because if those sleeves don't work, then I'm gonna already know I need to export again, but with a little bit different setup. And I can change textures at this stage, but I can no longer change the base mesh. So whatever shape it is when you export it on Vroid, unless you use Blender, it's going to stay that shape. I don't like using Blender because when you use Blender to edit your Vroid, oftentimes it wants to combine all of the materials. And like when you don't combine the materials, it oftentimes would mess up when I exported. And I'm like, I can't have it be doing that. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of these two. Zero sum. You'll see it already looks way different. Like it has more roundness to it. Because now it's in Unity instead of Vroid. First, I want to make sure that it was exported correctly by moving my blend shapes over to the new face. One of the reasons why I can do this uh, is because I override the blend shapes of the base model. But this is the point where we get to add all the shiny stuff. So I'm hoping that it just works. Okay, I'm gonna grab this, use my reference model, copy, yay, exit, go into this, scroll to the very bottom, and I'm going to get rid of their rigging because those circles are distracting. And I'm going to re-rig it anyways. Uh, Zero sum, select all, Poyomi tune. I can go ahead and switch them all to cutout, and I can switch this to realistic. Turn them more towards the light. Okay. I believe this is the sleeves. Okay. Additive. And then I want to take, I think this is another sleeve. No, this is the hoodie. The hoodie stays opaque. Additive. This is the shoe. I should have one more thing that's covering the sleeves. I don't. And that means that I don't like how this looks currently. There's also something right here that I need to get rid of, which I'm gonna guess that's on this. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm using additive for transparency, all I have to do is this, is like move it closer to a darker color. The lighter the color, the uh, more like visible it's gonna be. The darker the color, the more invisible it's gonna be. I mean, honestly, not that. I don't see it anymore. I had it. Uh, but I'm pretty sure that's the effect I want. One of these is the jacket, which should just be kind of like, yeah. It looks like it's bent into this. Also, I need to like really do a better job at cleaning those up. The bright side is I did most of this stuff on one layer. And what that means is I can change it in Vroi, export it, uh, and then load that one layer into Unity without having to re-export the full model. So I can save a lot of time by just exporting directly to Unity. Do, do, do. This is one that has apparently this has something here. Oh, whoops. Mirror. There should be. I don't see it, but I know it's here. Another thing you can do sometimes, if it is one of those situations where like not that visible, you can kind of just like use this alpha cut because sometimes it will cut the things that are by themselves. Okay. Uh, this one. Oh, there's that. I don't see anything else. So I can go ahead and export this. And I can export it to replace this. And then it should automatically be replaced. Okay. So I'm going to take that same texture, the one that just has the arm things, move it over here. And then I want to go to the jacket that has the additive property. I'm going to do a cubic map. Material cap, gradient. I want to use this, fix, set this to alpha, and then emission. And what this is going to do is it makes it to where this additive part is going to show the thing that I need it to. So it looks like there might just be a clipping issue here. But I don't know if that clipping will be that bad. One thing I can do to avoid this clip specifically is I can go in on the model and just fill this spot in with blue. And then that would fix that. I can also take, I think, yeah. This appears to be above it. So if I put the blue line on this dress in the exact same spot, so I'm going to grab this, and specifically here, I'm going to make a new layer because I want this to be exported as its own thing. Okay. There we go. Erase. Clean that up. I might actually do it a little bit higher as well, just to kind of avoid any issues. Export. And then DRBL. Yeah. So I need to go to the transparent here. Fill this in. Alpha. Um, Replace. I believe there's a way for me to make this override the base. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do. It's probably fastest just for me to take that spot and go to the body and fill that spot in. So I need to hide. And then I want to hide this over jacket too. Yeah, I'm just gonna fill this in with blue. New layer. Sometimes that is what is simplest. And I could do it a different way, but I think that's just going to be the easiest solution without having to do any like kind of exporting again. Arm, blue, bod. Go to body, matte cap, gradient, fix, replace, alpha. There we go. Yay! That works. It just means anything I do to that band, I have to do to that underside as well. But I'm fine with that. Because I typically don't do anything like cubic maps for the other part. Okay, this needs a separate thing. First, file, open, textures, open. This is going to have the most parts to it. Actually, I think it's just this and that other thing that have to have parts to them. I'm just going to select all of this so I can like erase it. Hit OK. Just that doesn't need to be there. Okay. Yes, this is everything. So I am erasing a few things here. And what that tells me, though, is that I need to first well, this can go. I'm gonna first, before I do anything on the other part, I want to just erase all of this extra stuff, especially if that skirt's gonna be transparent and not see-through. That's gonna cause a lot of issues. There we go. Like this. And fill this in. File, Save as BLUN for blue under. Materials. Yes. Okay. And I might as well just grab everything that I need from this. Hide this. Welcome back. Or good morning, I guess would be more appropriate. No, I know this part is like very much like the not as interesting part. I stopped doing as many art of these art streams because they don't do necessarily as well, but I'm kind of like in the same boat as a lot of people waiting on say like the patch for NTE. No, it is not morning. I forgot we're in the same time zone. It was more of me joking because you just woke up. Copying file, save as GLUN, save as SLUN. There we go. No, if it was, that would be bad for all of us. I mean, technically, it's almost morning in like 3 hours. Well, unless you can consider midnight morning, then in 2 hours. Okay. This needs a cube map, and I went to the GL. Fix now. Alpha, and I'm gonna make this gold. Yes. If it doesn't work out, then it's just the prototype. But hopefully, it'll be the summer outfit, and everything will be perfectly fine. You know what? Speaking of that, let me grab a starfish PNG. Do. Is there a Digimon starfish? I think that might be funny. No, I get Staryu and Pokemon Sues, so we're not going to use that one. We're not going to tempt the Pokemon fate. I guess it doesn't need to be perfect because I'm just going to override it anyways. Okay. Reveal, reveal. And it's just going to go right here. It's not going to look anything like this because I'm overriding it as a whole. file, save as. In this case, I'm going to go back to this textures. What motivates me to keep going? Um, Keep going as in being alive, or keep going as in continue streaming and content creation? Because those are, for the most part, different things. I was about to say very different things, but like they're semi-related, but like not in like a way where if I didn't have one, I wouldn't have the other. Um, I think the thing that allows me to keep going with YouTube, one, I have people who a I have people pleasing tendencies, and so like uh one of the things that like motivates me for it is the fact that people are actually paying for my content, and I don't think I could ever stop making content while people are paying. Like I have subscribers on Twitch that pay monthly, um, and that definitely helps me stay constant because I don't want to like ever have them be like they paid for a month and then I didn't make content. The other thing is the fact that um, I'm a scientist IRL, so like there's not that many jobs out there for scientists right now. So like I'm kind of having to wait out this current like political moment until I can really get gainfully employed again. I'm an IT person right now, and that's a nice side gig, but not exactly like my ideal thing. There's nothing wrong if it is like your thing, but yeah. How do you join the YouTube community? Okay, my advice is you don't. I think too many people jump immediately to Collab Central and they attach themselves to like other people, and then their content, I don't feel like they grow as much as content creators. You can grow with other people around you, but a lot of people do struggle. Oh, I think it's like 99 cents, but it got shut down for a moment right now because YouTube my I this is one of the things that I think Courtyard Casual mentioned to me uh the other 5 days ago. It got shut down because there's a my account is stuck in a verification loop. So YouTube, they're currently having on their side to override a verification button so that way it exists for me. But if I remember correctly, I have it priced as a cheapest you can, 99 cents. Or you can, so my tiers are, uh, I believe, unpaid intern, and then intern premium, or it's unpaid intern premium, or it's unpaid intern plus. And that is $1.99. Or it might even be like even less of an increase. It might be like $1.25. I thought it would be just a kind of funny way because like on Twitch I can't really set the price of my subscriptions, but YouTube lets me. Yeah, that's because I can't YouTube shut down my monetization for the moment because they haven't sent, so I have to verify my AdSense ID, and in order to verify my AdSense ID it needs to hit a certain threshold, and I've hit that threshold on YouTube, but YouTube hasn't sent that amount that I made over to AdSense, so it can't be verified until they do. And so YouTube is having to send basically a person to tell the AdSense dev team, to override the button on that account. So that way it procs me to verify my ID. And okay, so what motivates me to keep going in life? I used to be very much someone who based a lot of my life I spent waiting for someone else to come basically save me. And eventually I kind of was like, okay, what is a career path or what is something I could do in this life that would make me want to live? And this was after I had already ended up in the hospital, we'll say it that way, of hypothermia. Um, Died, come back to life. Like, long story. I don't know what the beeping noise is. Are you sure it's not your background? Because I'm watching right now. I can tell uh, by being very, very, very sad. That is how I got it. Um, but yeah, so like waking up in the hospital, I kind of just, I was like, what would give me the will to keep on going? And one of the things that I decided was to become a zoologist because I always wanted to become a zoologist when I was a kid. So I went back to school and let me turn, I'm going to turn my audio playback on my mic. And then that way I'll be able to hear whatever you guys hear. And that way I'll know exactly what the issue is. But yeah, so like when I woke up in the hospital, I had the thing of just like what would give me the motivation to keep on going and like what what is a desire outside of wanting someone else that basically like if I had the choice between the perfect person for myself and this other thing, what would be that other thing that I picked? And it turned out that choice was zoology. And so I went back to school as a non-traditional student, and I got my associates in a pre-nursing program, and then I got my undergrad, and then I got my graduate degree. Where in my undergrad and my graduate degree, I worked in an ecology lab. My specialty is plants, but I've also done a lot of research on frogs. That was part of my undergrad departmental honors research. And so, like, I basically, from that point on, you kind of have to just find, and it may seem like it's really hard to do when you're sad because it is. You have to find things that, you just have to ask yourself, what would I want more than that? And really try to figure out what it is that you want more than like uninstalling your save. Because let's use that as a metaphor. Let's say you want to delete your save in a game, but you've already made so much progress in that game. You need to figure out what thing in that game that you still haven't done that you want to do, and that will help you not want to delete the save. Same. At least, and that's like, yeah. Now, note, that's because I'm very much someone who goes to therapy and psychology. I am mentally unwell. And sometimes being mentally unwell means you go to a lot of therapy and psychology, and you're given a lot of tools to like uh not do stupid things. You still do stupid things because mentally unwell. But, and by the way, hello. I had a chocolate milkshake from like Cold Stone. I will say there's parts of this model that I might end up redesigning because like I'm not sure if I love it. Okay, I think I'm gonna set this top layer to fade, this bottom layer to additive, and this should create kind of like this double layered skirt where you can't really see through it, but it is transparent. I need to go to the jellyfish because I have a lot of water textures on that. Oh, yeah, no, and diabetes runs in my family, so like I have to be careful with that. I mean, I still eat a lot of candy, and I probably should reduce the amount of candy I eat and like energy drinks I drink. But also, I don't want to. Where's the jellyfish? There it is. So I'm basically gonna grab almost all of the resources from this one and just move it over because this has, for the most part, everything I need on that model is in this folder. Do, do, do. White fabric. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I don't have the snake stuff here. And I thought I had like a water GIF. I don't see the water GIF. I have a jellyfish GIF. Scroll up. Yes, what's the question? As a side note, in a little bit, we'll probably do our NTE dailies just to make sure that like we don't accidentally forget to do them because it wouldn't be a first time. So I'm working in the background. You don't get to see it because like uh this is me at knowing what I'm doing. If but like so I'm working on learning Blender a lot more. Uh it's difficult, but I am working on it. And so my goal is eventually to be able to make models that are kind of on the Final Fantasy Naraka level, like realism, but also still in a like video game-esque graphics level. Like I don't want to go for Call of Duty like the way their graphics are. I want to do basically what I call realism plus. Like it's more than just realism because there's like a very stylistic thing to it. But like there's also this element that makes it look real. Let's see. Let me pull up. Oh, that save image. It's not the best picture. Oh, these are figurines. This is a fairly good picture to kind of show the example. Like, I want to be able to make models like this. Like, this is the end goal. Same. Yeah, and sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes the game doesn't have the thing you want right now, but the game studio might be cooking something. Like, for instance, I'm really looking forward to the Final Fantasy Part 3 um, because I loved the Final Fantasy 7 remake series so far, and they made it a three-part series, and so I'm really looking forward to like the last part of that game because I love the combat in it. Okay, I'm gonna take. Okay, this is not real. It's like one of these skirt materials don't exist, and the other one does. No, I can very much, as someone like who's had to go without gaming for a long time sometimes, like nothing makes you appreciate it more. Replace. Okay. And then I want to take this, intensify, add a little bit of a glow to this. The hard part is going to be making sure this has like that it's not just going to show up as white basically. When you're downloading an app and it says, will you allow this app to change? Depends on the application. Very much so. Because like if it's say Unity, because Unity makes me do that, yes. If it's a a 7C access game, Yarhar Fiddly D access, no. I very rarely let those have higher access to my computer. But if it's reputable software, oftentimes I say yes. Like if it's Windows operating information stuff. I do, and NTE also does it, and so does my Gaomon tablet that I have for drawing. So like it's very situational on whether I allow it to or not. Oh, I think I just figured out what that beep noise is. It's my voice reverberating off in the distance, I think. Because it noise gates the end of the word sometimes from like the end of the sentence. So like it'll noise gate it, but then it won't noise gate the echo of it. I think that's what it is. I can turn off my playback. I need to adjust my mic settings just a little bit more, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, I believe you guys should still be able to hear me, but I can't hear me. Emerald, textures, this, open, select, color gamut. Okay, file, save as, oh, whoops, file, save as, GL, waste, material, save. But yeah, it really depends. Sometimes, if I'm not sure on whether to let an application have permission, what I'll do is I will just Google the application's name and like, is this blank application safe? And oftentimes I'll get a good answer from that. Hmm. My stomach isn't exactly hard, but I do understand like when I saw GI, I thought it was gonna be like uh digestional tract, like your GI tract. Oh, here's another fun fact that you might not find very fun, but is still a fact. Um, did you know that like your stomach is technically on the outside of your body? Because like everything that is from your mouth to the exit at the bottom is considered like everything inside that space is considered on the outside of your body. So like your stomach is part of that like tube. So it's just as much on the outside of you as kind of your skin is. Yeah, you'll learn that if you ever take anatomy and physiology, you'll learn that information. But your stomach is technically on the outside of your body, um, because of the fact that it can come in contact with outside. Like, because if you think about it, if you swallow something, we're kind of a donut. Like, a human being is basically a very twisted up donut when it comes to like your digestion tract, because like it is a hole through our body that has one side and the other. Humans are donuts. So that's why in Blender, if you can make a donut, you can make a human. Gold. It's a factoid that a lot of people find very uncomfy to find out, is that your stomach's on the outside of your body. A lot of your things that you consider inside your body are actually outside. You're not eating yourself because you, unless you have like a wound or something, like if you have a wound technically, but unless you have a wound or something, it stays on the outside, and that's why it's on the outside of your body. Is because like your throat's never gonna go into your stomach and like go and then go through your like circulatory system. Like that's why that's considered on the outside. Like analog horror, I believe so. I know I've heard it before. Like Blair Witch Project, I believe, is analog horror. Psychological, yeah, found footage. Yeah, I saw a Scooby Doo episode that was uh, analog horror, and for the longest time, I could never figure out why, as a child, I was so afraid of Scooby Doo because it's like it's a silly little cartoon, and then I realized I had seen that episode as a child. I, in fact, had a very good reason to be afraid of Scooby Doo because that episode was nightmarish. There's an episode where, like, basically the characters die and stuff, and it was aired on TV. Oh, I need to reverse this. There we go. See how you kind of can see, like, the outline of my body, but not really? That's the effect I'm going for. Like, my fabric is going to be very different from the fabric that they use because I'm trying to dodge any kind of like Twitch issues. But it's just gonna be still very nice and it's gonna have a cool vibe to it. Okay, so I want to take this copy and then I'm gonna pasta it onto the second slot. And then I want to take something like this. And then I'm gonna invert, replace, remove emission strength, and then I want to basically do that on these other sections too. So copy, pasta, invert, and then take, I believe I used this one, gradient, and then I want to like, actually, okay, so this should be white, like that. Same. Okay. Also, guys, I apologize. I fully just zoned out as like time went through and I missed some of chats. My bad. I just like, and then I do this, and then I do this, and just like that, uh, that song, "Sunshine, Lollipops, and Rainbows," just playing in my head as I zoned out, and I just like, my bad. If you're wondering why, like I became unresponsive to the chat for a second there, that's why. I was like, wait, what just happened for the last like couple of minutes? I am back. I am back from my journey. Same cat challenge as court. Let's see. Let me see what the I want you to search up analog horror the cat. Now, I will note one of the reasons why I don't watch a lot of horror is because again, mentally unwell. So I will do that whenever I feel like I'm in a very good space to do it. Because I do have to make sure that like yeah. Like it's typically not like a huge issue, but for the most part. I don't think it would do what's in it. I think it would just make me upsetty spaghetti sometimes. Because like I have gotten past a point of impulse control issues when I'm like put in a situation, but I do get like crying spells still. Like that's when you start like crying and you can't explain why you're crying. Uh but that being said, like that's why I try to make sure that I always uh m- if I know I'm gonna watch something that it might possibly be a trigger for me, I'll like just look up what like other people do as the trigger warnings. I mean, honestly, probably. But yeah, no, I remember seeing the Scooby Doo episode that like it was immediately taken off the air after it aired, but like not before I saw it. Let's see. Gradient. I'm gonna move this slightly to like a blue. I don't know. Yeah. Well, actually, I think I saw that one, but there's another one that I saw. Angela, Vengeful Ghost. Oh, yeah. So that type of horror, like, I more like don't get any kind of feeling from. Like, I kind of need my horror to have like if I can't think of like a motive or something, it's hard for me to like get invested if that makes sense. Which is why typically like ghosts, witches, uh vampires and things like that are way more my like speed because like a witch typically always has a reason for what they're doing or like Carrie um I fully understood where Carrie was coming from. I too have wanted to do that at some points because people be stupid sometimes. Uh, Select. Um, I don't think I got actually everything selected. I'm gonna just do this just in case. File, save as VRA. But yeah, I do think that's I think it's there's one Scooby Doo episode that is, and it might be the same episode again because it terrified me. Broken memories of it, so like, do not actually remember the full thing. Um, I know there's one with like the Blair Witch Project, and I think that is the same one where they go to the Witch Island. Uh, it was my first time seeing the main characters not actually like alive. And then I also had older brothers, so like they did not make that like any better. Let's see. You know, I think honestly, sometimes humans are scarier than monsters. Uh, like I fully get why people would pick a bear in the forest other than a human, because a bear for the most part doesn't want anything to do with you. But yeah, no, I remember I had to stay home alone a lot, so like I fully get it. Let's go to sleep. But hey, it is also important to get your sleep. So make sure that you are able to get your sleep whenever possible. But never, as I said before, and it holds like important to this day. Uh, Always try not to pressure yourself if you can't fall asleep. Sometimes what you need to do is just give yourself a moment. Like that's how I found out that I can't sleep unless like I have TV playing in the background. Unless it's a black bear. Black bears are not that peaceful. Um, or grizzlies. But that's because they're territorial. But if you could just figure out where their territory is, you'd be fine. I think. I don't need a normal map for a lot of this, but I do think I need a normal map for this part. Was this a dress? I think it was. Yes, this was a dress. So that was the right material. Okay. Materials. I'm gonna go to this. Gradient. No, I feel it's partially because one of the reasons why I have a cat is because I do suffer slightly from auditorial hallucinations, mostly footsteps. That being said, like if you have a cat, every what was that is your cat. I hear something fall in the background, or I think I hear something fall in the background. I'm like, that was just probably my cat. Like, the amount of peace it brings me to have a cat that I can just blame every small noise I hear on. Like, is it always my cat? Probably not. But also, most of the times it is probably the cat. Not every time, but often enough. Go to alpha, reverse. It's awkward, but I do have to make mine a lot larger than what uh, theirs is, which is making it look as though I am blessed and highly favored, which is another way of commenting on the size. Okay, I should have those separated out. I think this is it. Alpha. It is. I don't know. Typically, uh, Court's pretty good about checking back in. So like if he's back, he'll probably say something. Yeah. By the way, also, Court, that you are still seeing the chat is impressive. As a streamer, not even I always see the chat while I'm doing something. Let's see. I will say if it's gore based, I'm not a big gore person. It's why I don't like modern horror movies. I feel like it's a lot of senseless gore, and I don't need a reason to not be scared. I need a reason so that way I can feel the fear, if that makes sense. Because if I don't have a reason, it just makes me ask why more than anything else. Because I do have a desperate need to understand everybody that I need to address at some point, but not today. I love Charlie the Unicorn. If we're talking about, but I'm probably thinking of a different Charlie the Unicorn. Because that's not horror at all. Well, I guess kinda, but like, going to Candy Mountain, Charlie. Charlie, Candy Mountain. I used to watch that so frequently. I think it was high school. Is Charlie the Unicorn considered horror? I mean, I guess they steal livers, and that's I could see that being scary. They still they steal the character's liver at Candy Mountain. The character passes out in Candy Mountain. It's full of wonder. It's a Leopleurodon. It's a Leopleurodon, Charlie. But yeah, I wasn't sure if that's probably not the Charlie the Unicorn you're referring to. Let's see. I should have like a starfish. And if I don't, I need to save the starfish. There it is. There we go. I'm probably gonna be a little bit lazy with the shoes. And then mix. Oh, don't hug me, I'm scared. I do actually like Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. I haven't heard of Opal, but Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is actually good. Is that considered horror? See, here's the other problem is that like I accidentally make like horror content all the time, and to me it's not like horror content. E and A, it's a side. Wait, let me see. Ooh, that is it. I was wondering if that was it. I like the that art, like the different promotional art that they have. I did not watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I played the Wuwa collab, but that's about as close as I've gotten to watching it. So if that counts, then yes. I'm gonna set these to fade. But something tells me that doesn't count. And then I want to take this normal map, increase the intensity, and then two, and we're gonna go 0.4, 0.7. Stay Mountain Dew tier list. Uh, Kickstart Mountain Dew, top of tier list. I already can tell you Kickstart and the different flavors, 1000% like my favorite. Honestly, my favorite like energy drink, like flavor. I completely forgot about their existence until you said Mountain Dew. Baja Blast, I feel like is actually kind of under regular Mountain Dew for me. I do also Diet Mountain Dew is also good. But yeah, I do like Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, largely because of like the undertones and like it just reminds me of like queer art. Yeah, I try to drink coffee past 5 p.m. Do I do that? No. Uh, and no, I'm not opening something. Liars. I would never open a drink right now. How could you even assume that about me? But like, even after, like, say, I finish like stream, I'm still gonna be working on models because like the Zonko one, I do predict is gonna be one of the hardest models I've done in a while. But yeah, no, I love energy drinks and partially, okay, in case you were unaware, people with ADHD will oftentimes crave any source of caffeine before they crave food. And that's because caffeine is immediate release, whereas food is released over time for energy. So oftentimes those wires get crossed. So instead of going for food when your body's hungry, you end up reaching for an energy drink instead. But you're actually hungry. That's also one of the reasons why people with ADHD will get sleepy when they drink energy drinks sometimes, is because that's not what your body wanted. Your body wanted food, and you kind of need food to help you process the energy drink. Uh, I like I will never diagnose someone from online, but I will say that I do know that not really feeling energy from caffeine, there's a multitude source of reasons, but a lot of my friends who've had that statement have had ADHD. Um, but don't like I wouldn't take that on. I just know that I was constantly complaining about a lack of energy and that I was just never had energy. Um, and it turned out that it was just that I was that understimulated. Because once I got on my stimulants for ADHD, actually I sleep better now because I'm awake when I need to be awake and I'm typically asleep when I need to be asleep. And a lot of people with ADHD will like have similar stories of like being able to sleep a lot better on their medication than off the medication because a large part of sleep is regulation and regular schedules, like making it a habit, which is something that people with ADHD do struggle with, but sometimes having that extra dopamine helps a lot. But I'm not a psychologist, to be clear. Not a psychologist. I've only taken like maybe two graduate level, not graduate, two undergrad level upper psychology classes. Now, sociology, I have taken quite a few of those. If I'm going to be diagnosing a society, I probably would feel very confident in doing that as an environmental scientist, especially. But like individual people's like psyche, no, I'm not a reputable source for that. That is not my department. I think the other thing that like helps me sometimes, like if I'm live working on a model, I do go at a much slower pace. Like this model probably would have been done by now if I was off live, but that's because like I I'm not like rushing through this process. Uh, I know I want to mix this in. Because I like the white that this gives. Ooh, that's a nice white. That's a very silvery white. I'm gonna use that one. And then got this. I can't sleep. I eat. Yeah, no, I mean, most gummies are, from my knowledge, unless you're getting ones that are not this, a lot of gummies, especially like CBD gummies, are non-habit forming. Uh, and what non-habit forming means is not that you can't socially become addicted to a substance. It's that it's not going to create a chemical dependency. You can still become addicted to things that don't have addictive chemicals. Hence, some people get addicted to certain mindsets, video games, things that you're not ingesting. So like you can form addiction even if something is not addictive. But that being said, Oracle of Delphi. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, okay, that's why. You know what's funny? In sixth grade, we were doing like the a project on like the Greek gods and stuff. Which yeah, Apollo's Greek, right? Yeah. Um, and I was researching Apollo, the Greek god. Wait, now I want to. Okay, he's both. Uh, which one is he? So like I know. Okay, I just want to make sure that my information was correct. But like, I did a project. Well, like it's gonna seem like sometimes I seem very smart, but I also am very dumb. I'm very much like I know the what I know, but if I don't know it, I really don't know it. uh, but like, so I was in sixth grade doing a project on Greek gods. We all had to build these poster boards, and I was a very sheltered child. That's important to know for this story. Like, very sheltered. Did not know anything about like relationships or anything. Um, so I was researching Apollo, and one of the things I saw was that God was Apollo was one of the gods over adult cinema, pornography, if you will. And I didn't know what that word meant. It was the one it was spelt with a P. Um, I didn't know what that word meant. So, in big, big, bold, bold letters, like taking up a big portion of my poster board, it said Apollo, god of pornography. Uh, teacher comes and is like, hey, so did you think about any other thing that like he might we might maybe want to highlight some other of his things? And I was like, no, this is like it. The book that I was reading said like that this is like an art form and it's like uses a tripod and like as like some kind of like tripod is like an easel. Uh, I didn't know what that word was though. Um, and I was like, yeah, it's like this supposed to be this really important art form. Needless to say, I was forced to take that poster board down and change it for very good reasons. Well, like not down, but like I had it on the desk and she made me put it away. As an adult who now knows what that word means, I understand. As a kid, I was so confused. I was like, what's wrong with art? But like, yeah, no, I did not know what that was. I will say this is just a phrasing thing. If so, Apollo is Greek and Roman. I just looked it up just because I was like couldn't remember if he was one or the other, and it turns out he's one of the ones that is in both, like Zeus is. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. But like, yeah, no, I've always been on the ditzy side, and it made me think that I wasn't smart. But it turns out you actually can be very ditzy and smart. Sometimes you're ditzy because you're smart. You're thinking of everything else that's not like in the current moment. So in the current moment, you're not thinking. It doesn't mean you're not thinking at all. I mean, okay. So here's one of the things. Uh, you can have a personal one and only, but I will ask that same way that you'd want me to respect your belief system of your one and only. Let's make sure that we respect other people who may not believe in that or who may have their own, because just as passionately as you feel for your God, they feel for their God. In Courtyard, I love that I know that you have a slight delay there because I'm just now getting the LMFAOs. But yeah, personally, I'm actually really not that spiritual. Likely due to like all the trauma, but like, yeah. Yeah. And honestly, like, respect is one of those things where like you just kind of have to give it if you want it to exist at all. We call it decorum. And typically I do only reason why like I allow the say typically my rule for stream is that we don't talk about religion. But if we're ever talking about say Greek Roman gods in like this historical context situation, then like that's okay. Just the same way as like if we're putting it in like historical context or something like that, that's always good. And you know, who lives under the pineapple in the sea? Now you know I'm dyslexic because that was not the right order of words. English is hard. Let's see. There's something I'm forgetting, but I don't know what it is. I think I have a skin tone gradient I would like to use. I do know I want this. Same. I think this one is almost done. I just need to do this eyeshadow area. And then there's something on the body that I'm missing, but I can't remember what it is. But like I know that I want to add it, but I don't remember. I think it was like something to do with like a skin tone map. But I don't know where that would be in my files. I can't do this. I will say that like I do I like to not have to feel as though I need to be smart all the time because it is relaxing to be able to turn off your brain at some points and to not always be like trying to assert your intelligence. One might say a constant need to assert your intelligence actually might slightly imply that that might be something you're lacking because when you know something, you don't constantly need to like you get what I'm saying. If you truly know it, you don't need to confirm it every 5 seconds. The only books I used to read, I read all of the animal books in my library, and almost exclusively the animal books. Um, I think I know which one it belongs to. I think found it. I was looking for this. And the reason I want this skin gradient is I like my shading on my body, but with a model that's showing this much skin, I want to make sure that there's a certain level of like evenness to everything. So I like to take a gradient, mix it with the base colors, and then take a skin gradient, put it up, and then we're going to use mix. And this way, it'll help like anywhere there might be like say a crack in my texture map. It's going to make basically help hide those areas. And that way I don't have to worry about it. Uh, I I shifted my sleep schedule, so we're kind of not that far into my day because when you become an adult, you realize that your sleep schedule you should form around when you have to be awake not necessarily when society says you should be awake. And so a lot of the companies I work with are uh, Chinese. So like I do paperwork at 3 a.m. sometimes. So like if I want to ever be able to reach out to them, I do have to be up at late hours. So it just benefits me to push my late sleep schedule into like this area of time. And grab this. It is exhausting, Courtyard. By the way, if you ever notice that you have a big delay in the stream, if you refresh it, or I can pull this up. I'm gonna copy link this. Go to my own stream. If you click this button right here, like say I'm back here, you'll notice this button is gray. That means that you're not caught up with the live. If you click it, it'll catch you up immediately to where the live is currently. Some people may not realize that that's a button. Also, sometimes the delay is definitely on my side. I don't have any frame drops, but sometimes just as I stream, uh, it just gets further and further out of sync. Another important note, always make your eyebrows a darker shade than your hair. If you don't, they typically get lost on the face. I got that advice from a hair person. The IRL hair people. I would like to go to this one. Special glitter. Increase the size. Switch. Gonna switch to 200. There we go. And third, I'm still learning on how to be a good streamer. That is the third option of why I didn't read it. So it's important that if I am going to preach personal accountability, that I also practice personal accountability. And I'm personally accounting the ability to not sometimes do the right thing. Sometimes I just genuinely, that's one of the things that I am working on getting better at is splitting my attention between what I'm doing on here, like whether it's gaming or anything else, and what's happening in chat. And I've gotten so much better at it. Like again, I've mentioned it before in the past, but there would be literally streams that I would go like an hour without speaking or like acknowledging anything. That's why when someone was talking about like if you're not constantly talking as a streamer, really ask yourself if you want this, like, or just ask yourself about improving. Could be just that you're not where you want to be yet, because a lot of people when they start streaming spend a lot of time silent because it's a skill. Streaming is a skill, and you don't have to naturally be good at anything. because you can always work towards being better at it. Like, I grew up in a family that very much heavily valued the concept of talent. Uh, and my parents slowly saw people surpass their kids because they were so focused on talent that they didn't really think about the fact that, like, hard work overcomes talent occasionally. Hello, gaming archaeologists. I hope you're doing well. But, like, talent gives you a further head starting point, but you don't move unless you work at it. And that's something that, like, my family kind of discovered, is that preaching so much on natural talent and things like that. And I've always been considered rather untalented. But that means, like, I also just adopted this, like, work hard at, like, everything mentality. But I hope you're doing well, gaming archaeologist. We're just kind of like hanging out as I just like do this model as per usual. This is my cocomelon, so I'm not going fast with it. I've actually been rather slow with this model. Like, typically this model would have been done, already done, but it's not, because I'm enjoying the company of chat. Oh, here's a water one. Okay, I think that's all the things I need. No, I'm actually gonna grab this too. Go to, I'm creating the summer outfit for Zero. Of course, mine is a little bit more coverage because Twitch be like aggressive sometimes. I haven't really had YouTube be that aggressive. They made a mistake once, but that's not really them like being aggressive with their TOS. Do, 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 do. This cube map, add. There we go. But how's your day going so far? I guess night. I think for a large portion of people, this is actually nighttime. I think it's morning for Soul Vixen. Can't be 1,000% sure, but I think it is. Unless they like walking at night. Let's see. Oh, that's what I want to do. Flip book. Still waiting for Italy to, could be better. Still waiting for Italy to pay out inheritance. Oh, okay. And hello. I hope you're doing well. But we're gonna mix this like water uh GIF in with the eye. We want to overlay maybe. Then I think I should have another model that is using that eye. There it is. And I'm going to take this, pull it over here, and I want to take this part of the eye and basically I'm going to make that flower shine. Flower and eye. Place. And then I'm going to grab this and I'm going to have this pan so that way we get a cool effect there. Gradient. And that should create this kind of pink that has like these waves of blue go through it. I think that'll look really good. I also did figure out the other thing that I was forgetting to do, which was clear coat and then add this matte because I like the skin to kind of look a little wet, especially for this summer. Don't want it to be super like refractive. And this is basically just like a sweat map that has like a bunch of these like circles on it, these dots that are basically giving instructions on how light should react to the skin, and it ends up looking a lot like water or like the sweat. Okay, this needs its normal map. We're not going to do anything special with the back of the eye. I think we're almost ready to just move on to physics. I did almost forget to do the inside of my mouth. This alpha, drag this over, and then I'm going to go down to special, glitter, switch this to squares, make these squares large, reduce the amount of them, because I want it to kind of look like teeth inside my mouth. Chip uh, Chip Skylark style, shiny teeth and me. Don't think I'll be able to get a blue from that. But we do want a blue. Shine, heart and mouth. Switch this to alpha. There we go. Because all of my models have a heart on their tongue. Yes, fairly odd parents. A shiny teeth and me. A shiny teeth that sparkle just like the morning sun. A shiny teeth that glisten. Do 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 do. I think we are all set to move this to the next stage. Except we need to make sure everything has a normal map the reason why you want to make sure everything has a normal map if you used realism is yes, it does just go to flat shading if you don't put it on. However, it also, I've noticed, causes a bit of lag if things don't have normal maps. So I like to make sure that these all have their normal map. Looks like this doesn't. Let's grab this. And I can do like, that should work. You know, I I have thought about so I know a lot about poison. And I do occasionally think about possibly like making note cards for myself at different poisons to talk about because I do really like talking about poison. Um, but I also don't know uh, how interested people are in poison on that level. And also, I don't know how much of a red flag it might be to, as a person, to have so much knowledge about poison. Some people may not appreciate that I know that as much as I do about poison. Oh, what have you realized? You want to do mixed? Okay, and then I want to take special glitter. Oh, whoops. Did I just put makeup on the jacket part? I did. There we go. Like when from the front that my eyes turn to the left, your side eye model, and the back eye doesn't turn to the left. That's because they're all set up to have slightly different responses to make it a little bit more. I'm honestly kind of makes it a little bit more uncanny valley, but it's kind of just to give it all just to make it feel like they're separate, that like it's three models that are acting in unison, but not necessarily that are mirrored on the stuff. At least that's what the attempt is. Okay. Just checking to make sure everything has a normal map. Two and three. Offset that by one. There we go. Yeah, I think we do want to have that turned off. I also want to go to, I think it's this one, set this off, because this should be the gauntlet. Yeah. This one, we want to make sure this one has the culling off. I mean, hey, if you want, you can fall asleep. You don't have to stay up and watch. You can also I don't know if you have school tomorrow, but if you do, because I think school started for some people. I remember I used to do all-nighters before school, and it was always so miserable. But I also understand that region of the brain that lets you know that something is gonna not be worth it isn't fully formed when you're younger. That actually honestly doesn't still form until like 35-ish sometimes, which I have not even hit that. So like I think it no, I know they keep on pushing the age back for when the brain is fully developed. Oh, okay. I no, I have a difficulty sleeping too. It's why I used to call these insomnia streams, is because like I knew that I predictably had hard time sleeping. And so that's how I ended up getting pushed closer and closer to this stream slot, is just doing the insomnia streams. And then just eventually it ended up being something that I decided was just going to be the thing that I do. Uh, Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to increase these sizes and then switch it to star pattern. Then we're going to go 50, 150. There we go. I think that covers it for um I need to erase that if I was going to use this one. I think one of the other common threads that connects me with my specific audience is that most of the people who find me do have insomnia. I'm like an unofficial diagnosis. Have you watched Olive Poison's stream? You might have trouble sleeping. And there's a good chance that if you've seen me from start to finish, and if you're anywhere close within like almost an 8 hour span of my time zone, there is a good chance that you might have an issue with sleep. Grab, grab, grab. I want to remove these all at the same time. Remove all of the pink circles. And now we gotta put our own in. If you're ever wondering why I don't use their pink circles, for one, it's because the way that my physics work, it wouldn't it wouldn't do the thing that needs to. But two, um, it I have to use Magic Cloth specific colliders, so like I can't exactly. And if you leave their colliders in, it will cause issues with Magic Cloth when it tries to check on colliders. Just the way that Magic Cloth is programmed. I am just gonna probably do. I normally don't do a bunch of spheres, but this time I think I will do. I almost made myself a very long VTuber. And that that does break blend shape, so it wouldn't look right. It'd probably like collapse on itself when it was in Wardo. Do I kind of want to see that? Try that out one time. Like just make the center part of my body really long and see what happens. Create empty. CHS. But yeah, I do like. I also think that it's like this insomnia time slot for me is a really good one because of the way, like the nature of my content and the nature of just my personality. I'm not exactly like the most boisterous type, so you can typically rely on when you're listening to my content that there won't be like a lot of yelling. I don't think I've really ever yelled on stream. Not that it's an issue to yell on stream. I'm just not a very big. I'm not a very big raise my voice type person. As a matter of fact, typically I will have it like one of the rules of like people like at my house is typically that you can't like raise your voice just because it's triggering for me. Like I've never had anyone be like super disrespectful towards it, so it's not really been an issue ever. But yeah, like you can yell, like if you stub your toe or something. I just mean that like it's a rule typically in my house that you can't like raise your voice that often because I will just shut down. I will power off because that's how my brain deals with stress. Is I just power down like one of those sleeping goats, the fainting goats. I mean, that's very much my response to stress. Body says I'm out. Wake me when this is over. Empty skull. We are gonna do. Oh wait, this is the neck. Everyone's going to know who's here right now that inside this model there's a skull named there's a neck bone and it's named skull, but it is not actually in the skull slot. That is a lie. It is in the neck bone slot. I'm gonna actually make this fairly large. And then I want to do a sphere. Actually, I think it needs to be a capsule collider. Go. Make this a little bit smaller. I might have to adjust that, but I want to try to have my hair not clip into my hoodie for once. And this one is just we're just gonna call this one skull also, and it is going to be the actual skull, unlike the other skull, which is actually my neck. if I had to go back and reference these, I probably would be very mad at myself for doing that. But I don't. Typically once I finish doing all these bone assignments, I don't have to go to this part again, especially lately. Lately I have been nailing it on my bone placement. Move this down just a little bit, which does make life a lot easier. I need to get rid of the Kofi to keep that posts because my Kofi is not set up. Move this forward. The only awkward thing about having like an insomnia style stream is I'm never sure like if someone left or if they fell asleep, but I don't want to wake them just in case they left their audio on. I will say I do feel like my natural like role in a friend group oftentimes is either the ditzy friend or the mom friend or both. I am either the concern of the group or the one taking care of the group and never in between. Yes. I mean, to be fair, like I would never expect someone to do that. I just for some reason, I mean, I think it's because like I feel even though I don't necessarily say it, that my brand is a very cozy-esque streamer type of brand. Like I don't ever like really say that per se, but I understand that to be my vibe. Um, outside. Okay, now the easy part. Bong. By the way, gaming archaeologist, have you bought or have you heard of uh Enshrouded? I feel like I owe it to you to suggest possible direct purchase game because I have exposed you to so many gotchas. I feel personally responsible. Enshrouded. Enshourd. I think maybe ed at the end, but it's called Enshrouded. It's actually so it's in early access right now, but it releases in September, and it's a lot of fun. Uh, I'm waiting to play it again until it releases, but it is actually a very fun game. It's a survival crafting that was released around the same time as Power World, but it has more of an RPG feel to it, with the idea that uh, fog is like taking up a space, and it's like a post-apocalyptic kind of vibe, but like in that medieval kind of way. The dot dot dot. Do you dislike it for some reason, or is it a game that we mutually have? I just know that a lot of the games I play have been gotchas. Part of that is like there's not like a current mainline game that really has my eye. Uh, I am waiting for the Digimon game to go on sale, or Allison Project, whichever comes first. Okay, this I'm gonna start with the colliders. Skull. Yeah, I do enjoy it. I played a good portion of it. Like I played it the month it came out, and I did most of the content it had available at the time. And I really like the way that you build things because it has the voxel system, which is where you build things like cube by cube. So you can do a lot of like fancy builds in it. I think it's 3 and 4. Yeah, upper chest, chest, spine, hips. This grab this. Okay, and I think that moves us to the easy ones, like the chest. Create empty. CH. I normally call this Bob. I could see it being an issue for me to not call it Bob. Go ahead and set this to like, I'm gonna set it to a middle spring. So a little bit more bouncy than normal. Okay, and then I want to go upper chest, create empty, add magic cloth, spring bone. I'm gonna set this to a hard spring, and it's gonna be the sleeves. So that way they jiggle a little. There we go. And next is the skirt. SKR, well, the skirts. Add magic cloth, bone cloth. I am looking forward to its release. That is not where that goes. That's where that goes. 020202. I'm confused as to why some of this is the way it is. So there's 9 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I am missing one of these. Oh no. So 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's one of these O2 ones. Not that one. I think this is the easiest way for me to find out. One, two, three, four, five. Or did I just miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there's 10, but I don't see which one I missed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm stupid. Your root bones, the number doesn't start at 1, it starts at 0. I was starting at 1. That's why the numbers weren't lining up. Looks like there's a dress on this too. Oh yeah, it's because of the sleeves. Okay. We would like to do skirt. But I want to like make the skirt very light. I think like that. And we got that. There's another thing. We already did the upper chest, I believe. We can just go ahead and click middle spring again. This hard spring. I do want to limit distance. Long hair, reduce the gravity. Increase the wind influence. Set this to tail. Have wind not affect it. Front hair, no gravity. Oh wait, low gravity. Wind can affect it a little bit. Front hair, no gravity, no wind. Or do that wind. Okay. So that's that. This, got the skirt. I think that's everything there. I have the urge to like, I'm gonna actually hit play here. Just so that way I can make sure that those bones are in the right spot, specifically for the bangs. But if everything is in the right spot, we'll be ready to export. I don't think this will take too long because there's not actually that much like as far as matte like complications going on there. I do know that a lot of people like they want you to reduce the materials to optimize the model, which is an issue more for like VR chat. Like I definitely like to keep my materials separate specifically so that way I can apply as many shaders as I want. Hello, Epic. I hope you're doing well. We are just waiting on this cache, and then we'll know if this model works good or not. 'Cause then all I have to do is lock in the materials and export. I try to sometimes if I get everything exported and we're not going from Vroid to Unity, I'll try to like hit play once just so that way the cache can load before stream. But because once it loads once, it is very fast to like start the scene. It's just the first time takes a second. And it does speed up as it gets through. I guess it might end up taking like another 2 minutes. Check something. There we go. Oh, I can exit out of some of these other programs, which would help a lot. This can just be pulled back up in a second. Save. We're almost ready for it to be done. And it may have taken me a while to make this, but I enjoyed having the moments to like focus on talking and chatting. Yep, this is almost done. Okay, scene. It looks like it's fine. Make this bigger. Yep, come onto this side. I think that's all good. We are ready to lock in and export. I think Everything has its normal maps and everything. Lock in materials. And I think what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and move it over to the streaming computer. Once it's exported, instead of waiting for Word to pull up. So let me go ahead and get the file transfer all set up. There we go. Oh, did it? Is it already at the end? Oh wait, no, it's locking in. And then we're just gonna call the mod Zero Summer. Make sure. I'm gonna unlock and go to this. I just want to put like something actually there. Gradient. Lock in. And now it should be good. Reassigning. Honestly, this is like, I think one of the brighter models I've made in a hot minute that doesn't necessarily look like it has evil intent. Normally, a lot of my models have like an kind of like an underlining, like mischievous or malice to them. We're just gonna call it zero sum. Wordo. We would like to set up character. And Wordo, switch to active mode. Build that mod. Recompiling before build. I don't think it'll take long. Like I said, it doesn't actually have as many materials as some of my other models do. Now I finally did it. Do. What is it working on? Oh, that one does not have 6 of 13. It looks like it's almost done. I think that was. I think that when it's loading the variant things, that's the gradient materials. There it goes. Okay. Control C. Move it to videos. And then we're gonna pull it up here. Me close up. Hi, it's me Poison. I'm going to turn the accessory ones off. And then paste. Model is transferring now. Do, do, do. Okay. And there it is. Let's see. Model is loading. Hi, it's me. Hi, it's me, Poison, and you're watching me, Poison. I think I did a really good job. Let's see a little bit with the lights off. Oh, I see an issue. I didn't mask the glitter, so now it's my entire mouth that's glittering. But I can fix that later. It looks like the rest of it works. What is the? I'm addicted to the madness. This hotel is my Atlantis. Do 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 do. We're gonna switch my pose. Actually, first let's see the walk animation. Time to hit the catwalk. Oh no, frame drop. Let me turn, it's weird, it looks like OBS is the one that's freezing. OBS, why? Let's stand still and see if that fixes it. Or is it like even freezing on stream? I know it's freezing for me. Yeah, it looks like it is freezing. To my knowledge, it shouldn't be freezing, it just is. I'm gonna close this. Let me see if something is taking up too much space in the background. Because there's a chance of that. Because like it's not, it's weird. The only thing freezing on my computer is OBS. Everything else is working fine. Um, doesn't look like anything is special running. I might have to restart my Wardo. We're gonna restart Wardo. It's so weird because like Wardo on my computer was running absolutely fine. Wardo for OBS, it was like, what? It said, no. How dare you? So I know it's not a model optimization thing. It's a computer being dumb thing. Wardo is pulling back up. Well, while Wardo pulls up, I guess I might as well go ahead and just pull it up on the desktop just in case, so that way you guys can still see it. I'm pulling it up now on the desktop. That's weird. this? I have two Wardos opening up, but this one's actually loading. I mean, I do also have another face tracker set for the gaming computer. Though I can't play NTE and use the gaming computer for Wardo because you guys wouldn't be able to see the model because the game would be in taking up the full screen. Oh no, play NTE in window mode. Hi. Oh god. Hi, it's me, neck problems. Well, it's working. And you can't say it's not working because it is. But you know what? Let's go ahead and just like look at the model over here too. Because why not? We already have it out. And this way I don't have to do the walk animation on the desktop, which apparently was too much for it to handle. Uh, do, do, do. It should be at the very bottom. By the way, if you are watching this stream, you may want to refresh the page because there's probably a good amount of more delay. That directional light is bright. I don't know what MMD is loaded right now. It looks good. I can see that there's some things I might want to fix. I'm going to switch you, instead of an MMD, I'm going to switch you to just walking because that's going to be easier to see. On the cat. Like, there's some minor things here and there, but for the most part, like, I need to fix the glitter in the mouth, which is a very easy and quick fix. And then I need to do something where I take this gradient map and I layer it so that way this isn't happening in that centerpiece. Which is also not that bad to do. I like the little starfish on the leg. This, and there's no clipping going on in the skirt area. I'm going to go to where the environment is. Let's see it loaded in Loft. Because that's one of my favorite lighting environments. Yeah, I think this accomplishes what I wanted to accomplish. And now I could do like a water stream and just like have this model, my jellyfish model. I do think this one looks way better in the other lighting environment though. This one. Oh, you know what? I also might want to turn currently culling is turned on for the skirt. I might want to turn that off. Oh wait, I just remembered. I have an MMD for mini skirt. Uh, this one. That's horizontal camera. Do this. It's a K-pop song. Honestly, this feels kind of like a K-pop outfit. Yeah, I just want to fix how this gradient is working. And then other than that, glitter in mouth, maybe add culling to the skirt. So that way you can see it on the backside. We did it. Now I do actually have to still do my dailies. But on the bright side, the short will be easy. Because we'll just do the speed thing and do like probably that mini skirt dance, but with the music. The only weird part will be that she's not wearing stockings, and the song will reference that because it's high heels with the stockings and the mini skirt. I also do really like the eye, like looking at it in the like preview. Give me 1 second. Let me switch my category. Uh, There we go. 1 second. I am back. Also, I don't think I hear audio from my computer. There we go. It's okay, there wasn't any audio playing at the first part of the stream anyways. I think I need to turn my blend shape sensitivity up for the mouth for opening. It's only barely opening, but I'm definitely opening my mouth. Go to Makopi. Just gonna turn my blend shape sensitivity just up a bit. Wow, you can really do that. There we go. Much better. But now we are on the testing phase. I think I want to have the full body in view just so I can make sure that everything looks good. Because I'm 90% sure. Thank you! And just so I can watch it back to see if there's any texture stuff I need to fix. I'm pretty sure the face tracking is gonna be fine and stuff. That's also something I have to fix in Wordo, not per se on the model. So it's not really for the model. And then we're gonna make me way bigger on stream. There we go. So that's a little bit too big, unless I mean, I'm wearing swimming trunks underneath, so it's fine. If you can see up there, it's more of a shawl. I tried to override. I kind of like this pose because you can see the starfish. And it is a little bit less in the way. Yeah, that works. And thank you, Italia. Italia. I remember when everyone loved Italia before it got problematic. We have received our pass. We need to get the last of the cards. Yay! No, I'm liking how it looks so far. Like a lot of the smaller details that I want to fix on it, like I don't feel like are that noticeable, to be fair, because like I'm looking at it at much higher resolution and way closer than other people are seeing it. This, you know, I never noticed it before, but this color palette specifically is very Zone. But no, it's NTE, a different urban gacha game. The model I'm currently wearing is based off of the upcoming summer outfit for this character. No, I fully get it because I didn't even draw that conclusion until you said something. It's like, oh, this is the exact same like white and orange like color palette that I think I remember seeing in one of the like the zone like menus. It was giving me very much that. I haven't played Zenless Zone Zero in forever. Oh, no problem. Uh, Also, in case you're worried about it, we don't do any kind of like gotcha shame. We're pro whatever game you have fun with. So no worries. Okay. Oh, let's defeat the crime.
Don't hurt my precious. And then time flows on.
Oh, did I just miss them all? I did. How to manage that, I'll never know.
Subtle touch prevails over force.
The fighting is also fairly reminiscent of ZZZ. I don't believe, like, I am a NTE content creator, but I don't think this will be a sponsored video, because I have to submit it if I want it to be sponsored. So I'll go ahead and say, to me, it's very much Wuwa meets ZZZ meets Life Sim. When you ever do sponsored content, they don't tend to like when you mention other games. Especially comparison-wise, but I think sometimes comparison-wise is the easiest way to convey like how a game plays. Oh wait, I need to go pet a cat.
Me? I'm coming.
I must find a cat or a puppy to pet. There should be one around here somewhere. Oop. Lost wallet. I know there's one in the town square in the front area. But I like to find new pets.
Finally got a chance to go out and have fun.
Let's see. Maybe there's one in the park. There's oftentimes like a dog walking around here. There's one! Come here, I need to pet you. Yay! That reminds me of the Tin Dogs. Oh, I have to check my mail. Claim. Okay. Sometimes I get mail I can't have show on stream. So just in case I do that. Let's see. I know... Oh, I need to do these. And I'm already on the team I want to do it on. Ooh, let's see if we can matchmake.
I will. Perfect timing.
Okay, debt collector. Match? Possibly. I'll give it like 30 seconds to see if I can match with other people. Because it is faster if you can. But... And I do appreciate that. That doing cooperative mode actually does make things go down faster. Because sometimes that doesn't work out that way. Okay. To be fair, it's at an odd time to be searching in the queue. And challenge. Got to make sure we get our boss materials.
My turn already?
Let me take time for the professionals to take over. Let's settle. Trust me.
Here you go! I'm here to...
Let me take. Baby, blinker, and rupture.
I should be able to melt this pretty fast.
Don't hurt my precious. I saw through those tricks ages ago. It'll only be a moment.
Recast.
Arriving at this very moment.
Kiddos, Alex here to shine.
Shit change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Here I am. Intel confirmed.
Kiddos, I'm here to help. Have fun in your dreams. Nightmares.
Let me get excited. By hero.
Oh, whoops. That was a very wide miss.
Done for delivery.
Trust me. Mission complete.
Perfect timing.
1 minute and 5 seconds.
A little show off. I will see through the net.
Here you go! I'm here to help.
Pretty lively, trust me. Time for the thank you for your patronage. Let's settle. I will.
Raven, I'm here to help. It's super scary inside my dreams.
Trust me. Let's finish this. Don't hurt my. The tide of the world, drawn to its king.
All of the oaths.
Shit change. Don't make me.
Kiddos,
Let me take over. Perfect timing.
me? I'm all kiddos on my...
Don't worry. Let me keep it close, Nova. I will see.
Raven, I'm here to help.
Pretty lucky I can see you all. seconds for follow-up services.
1 minute and 5 seconds. Yeah, I think that might be the limit of how much I can do with this current setup. Exit. I need another psychic character other than Fadia. So that way I can do Stain / Nova. But there's not one currently. I do wonder if this, like, card layout was the same for everybody. I just need to get to the 100. There. Oh nice, I might be able to catch this and get more dice piece. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to roll a 5 or a 6. 4. I'm very close though. And we are 44 out of 70. The bright side is anyone we get is going to be an awakening. I think. Only downside
with you.
is that
You
like,
need me to step in. Don't forget to build them. I'm ready.
you probably are the most awakened they have. Yeah, that's not like a... She's the most awakened standard that I have. What's your resonance? Increase the skill level in Witness Finale. Reduce chaos resistance. Yeah, because I don't have one on Fadia. Sigiri is probably the one who would be most beneficial to get an awakening on. Or like a second one. Gifts. You're 3,000 away. But I want to save these letters for Zonko. Let's see. I don't think they have anyone else's special gift on me. I do not. Let's go get your bear rug. On the bright side, I did finish this model all in one stream. Happy Cloud? Well, at least I get one Happy Cloud.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels good.
I need to pull out
Aren't
one of my
things clearer when you're looking
movement
from
ones
above?
probably. Or just actually driving the car. I wonder if it would be better for me to have Shinku on this team. Only issues I wouldn't be able to get Vita buds as frequently. Unless I replaced main character. flame. Okay. That's at least the daily amulet with that we can get.
Oh, whoa! I like this. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Up next is Chaos. What can Chaos use? 'Cause I've been buying one of his more expensive gifts. Guess I'll just continue getting those. One of these action figures probably. Teleport. I don't think there's anything else that I necessarily need to finish.
Aren't things clearer when you're
Other than
looking
making
from
sure I
above?
just give everyone their gift. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Gift. 1,
Whoa,
2,
this is for me?
3.
Are you sure?
Shinku's up next. I'm excited for the blind box. Zappy Run Monster. I don't think I am familiar with Zappy Run Monster Run. Or is that a voice line? I don't think I can summon my yeah.
Feels good.
Oh, there's a cat there. I'm at 6 million.
Waka waka on
I think I have gotcha tickets, don't I? No. Okay. Escape. Bond. You already got yours. Shinku.
Don't regret giving
Yay!
me this.
Shinku's at level 9. Oh, wait. I didn't realize that they stopped giving Bond Gift the amulet at level 6. So it might be better for me to diversify who I'm gifting. Well, I mean, like, at least out of the main characters, because I want the...
Is this for me? I'll gladly accept it. Thanks.
I'm so glad they're adding a confirm button to that. That was a complete accident. That needs a confirm button. So actually, I also accidentally clicked the gift. What does yours provide? Attack. We'll probably get another thing from, we'll probably get another letter during the next patch. Probably at least, oh, there'll be a letter in the blind box. Yeah, so Chaos is 2 days away from completing. Oh, that's what I should do. Let me go through and see if anyone I have one of their special gifts. They still only have 2. That makes me wonder. No, you have to get level 10, so you can't even get to that. Well, you like these band-aids apparently.
What a wonderful gift. Thank you, appraiser.
I like that avatar frame. Stickers. Remove. A dragon, a butterfly, a bat, and a sheep. I would like to remove the standard characters and start replacing them with banner. Okay. That's all the banners I have for now. So I'll fill out the rest with these. Okay. 19 characters. I have 19 out of the 20 total characters. But, okay. I will say, I do think it is our time to head on out. I'm gonna make some last corrections to this model, fix the glitter in the mouth, and also make it to where the skirt doesn't cull. But I would like to take this moment to say thank you to everyone who's come by. I greatly appreciate you all. And I can't wait to see you all in future streams. I'm Poison Oak, the Vtuber artist who makes models to match the games I play and also for special occasions. Thank you so much everyone who came by. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks to you, my smallest dreams are able to grow. Oh, and we're very close to our goal of 1,000. And so I need help figuring out what we should do once we hit there. Like, I have no clue what it would be a good incentive for like this 1,000 subscriber goal. I'm not sure. But we'll figure it out.